So what should happen is they price it in before we get there, unless we do like the small chance thing. Well, the small chance thing sends us up another fucking percent or so. You know what? I've got every outcome. Do you want me to? I'll do it on the show right now. I'll go over it on the show right now. Let me get on the show and I'll. Are you near a TV or a computer or anything or no? Phone? All right. Give me like 2 seconds. I'll go on. I'll talk about it. All right. All right. Later. Sweet. Check 1 2. Do 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 do. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check. 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 Mission accomplished. I got my oldest daughter is back at college. Later, guys. Gotta clean off my glasses. I got her a she's not supposed to lift anything. Let's go here. Let's look at the triggers. Just see this peak here. Little bit more, right up there. Nice, nice. There we go. A little bit more. Right about there. This is the pushed out version right here. I moved it over yesterday. You can see it right here. Should be trading 6975 right here. So I pushed this over yesterday, but you can see where the support was kept here. And then the next target is 6975. It's only a speed bump. One more second here, guys. What is that? No, 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 no. No. Turn that off. Hang tight, guys. I got a few more things I got to do here. Sorry about this. I just got my daughter to school. She started this morning. She starts right now at 12 o'clock. But mission accomplished. I got oldest daughter had a major operation during Christmas. She's recovered fine. She's back in school now. You can hear me? Awesome. We're gonna go over. I just spoke to Joe Donut a few moments ago, and we're gonna review this one more time. We're gonna look at. I just want to make sure everybody has access to this information at this point. Oh, where is it? Oh, I already deleted it. The first thing we had this morning was ISM at 10 a.m. ISM services PMI jolts. You can see that, of course, it did not matter. We had a small pullback off just volatility, no realized volatility. That was here. Jolts. And then we have this afternoon Well, I don't see anything today. But then tomorrow we have non-farm productivity, initial claims, unit labor costs quarter over quarter, imports, exports, balance of trade. Jobless claims is probably the biggest one. We should probably put this on Thursday. Probably the biggest the biggest events that we have right now are claims. They would have mattered, I think, more than without SCOTUS decision coming in to the picture. I think non-farm NFP and unemployment can amplify possibly. The 10 a.m. SCOTUS decision. Let me read some things to you here. Hold on. U.S. December CPI preview, partial bias reversal. UBS Alan Dietzmeister expects the headline CPI monthly change in December to be boosted roughly 0.13 pips by a partial reversal of the downward bias in last month's November CPI report. For core CPI, he estimates the boost to the monthly store or change should be around 0.15 pp. He projects the headline CPI rose 0.40 seasonally adjusted in December, above expectations from the Bloomberg consensus and the UBS nowcasting team of 2.29 and 0.17% respectively, as core and food prices increased strongly. But energy prices were little changed. He projects the December core CPI will show a 0.44 seasonally adjusted increase. I'm looking at the data right now. Here's the. I don't know that this is going to matter. I think that tariffs will be all the discussion. Now, I don't think that tariffs impacted inflation. I know a lot of you out there think that it thinks that inflation, all of this inflation, is caused by tariffs, but I don't believe that it is. We've seen most inflation in services. Like services is crazy right now. So I would say that services is the one to watch more importantly than goods. Maybe it does matter. If services continues to crank, I don't think tariffs are going to impact. Let's take a look at this. And that could shift the idea back to off of tariffs to we need to tighten maybe a more hawkish stance. I also have a note here saying that I've got another note here. Hold on. Here's an NFP scenario. Tighter, guys. Hey, Joe, if you're watching right now, I'm posting the file and I'll discuss it here in the show in just a moment. and this. You want to read? You're here. You're here. Cool. Hang tight here. I'll put this on the show for everybody to see. This is the top line, but I've got the white paper behind it too. I'm getting sick, I think, from my other daughter. Trade war improvements. We will read. Can we read this together, maybe? There we go. Nope, one more. Trade war improvements. The trend throughout 2025 was both a lower effective and realized tariff rate. The major trade-related catalysts will be stronger U.S.-China deal, which appears to be chips for rare earths and USMCA renegotiations, where the U.S. will look to hold discussions with Canada and Mexico separately. That USMCA thing takes place in June, I believe. It begins like June, July. Given the November-December election outcome, the administration is attacking the affordability issues, so we may see tariff rates move lower in 2026, even if temporary. That's taco time, isn't it? So the idea being that this White House may become slightly softer on tariffs if they're struck down. And what they would say is we're going to wait for the USMCA discussions this summer to see where we stand. And it says here, even if temporary. So the scenarios they have are this: U.S. market intel SCOTUS scenario analysis. And just a note here, the U.S. market intel, the intel team from JPM did quite well last year in predicting the markets. One of the best, not the only one, but they did pretty much the best out of most, except for like Rubner, Pravorsky, Charles McGilligot had a great year last year. Larry Williams had a great year into like September, October. And he and Larry Williams kind of called the dispersion trade in tech, not the indexes, but he did call individual tickers. So these guys I kind of trust here. The PT tariffs upheld is sourced from Polymarket. As of Jan 2, 2026, the balance of probabilities our market intelligence estimates that the largest percentage chance is that tariffs are struck down and immediately replaced. That's the biggest. That has 64% chance of happening. So, and this has been commented on by both Trump, I believe, and Bessent. 64%. This is the base case per comments from both Trump and Bessent. The outcome seems like a time value of money problem where cash flows in year zero increase by the amount of tariffs. Hold on a second here. Increase by the amount of tariffs, though that money will likely need to be recouped via lawsuit. Future realized effective tariff rates should remain similar to what was paid in 2025. Look for the SPX to rise on the announcement. That's 0.75%. So yesterday we were unsure if we would trade sideways and down until the announcement, or if we would start moving. We started moving up yesterday on this news break. About 15 minutes to half an hour later, we started rising, so everybody started getting long to price this move in before we get there, or at least be under it before we get there. And even if we were to trade sideways, people were getting long yesterday on the drop of this news. So they're saying 0.75% to 1% on the same day. Then investors to fade the move as the administration replaces emergency tariffs. SPX closes up 10 to 20 BPS. Bessent says Trump admin will be able to replicate tariffs even if it loses Supreme Court decision. So this is the most likely outcome. Excuse me. Second most likely outcome, 26% chance. This status quo outcome may see bigger moves in the yield curve than with equities, given how much the yield curve appears to have adjusted to a SCOTUS that strikes down tariffs. Look for the SPX to decline 30 BPS, 50 BPS same day. So this would be a small chance that it's not struck down. This comes from JPM, not me. Don't get mad at me and be like, Cap, you're wrong. SCOTUS is going to do this or do that. This is all from JPM here. So this is down 30 BPS, 50 BPS same day. So you want to be ahead of the curve, get long yesterday in case this small chance thing happens. There are two other smaller possibility outcomes. The first one is tariffs are struck down and replaced after midterms. This would be where they tell you they're going to replace them after the midterms tomorrow. 9% chance, the most bullish outcome, as this assists the Fed's tariff-induced inflation headwind. Now, we have CPI tomorrow, right? You get some CPI coming out tomorrow that's slightly hot. Do I think that's I think that's more of a knee jerk in the market, but you would probably see the market want Trump to, or Bessent, whomever, to make that statement that they're going to wait until after the midterms to placate basically voters. Fed's tariff-induced inflation headwind gives small businesses temporary relief, but increases uncertainty unless there is a specific announcement on timing. So that's the key point of this. Is there an announcement tomorrow on timing of reintroducing tariffs? I'm assuming this has something to do with, if the will of the people want this to happen and SCOTUS is striking it down, the will of the people have spoken in the midterms. I think this is a very low probability of happening, by the way. Assuming the administration is transparent on timing, look for the SPX to rise 1.25 to 1.5% in the day, with RTY significantly outperforming. And a lot of guys yesterday, we were looking at IWM. They got long on that news, specifically on IWM and RTY. You got to think about it in perspective. If you're short in that information yesterday dropped that SCOTUS was going to entertain this case at 10 a.m. on Friday, a decision on the case on Friday, that you would lay off the market being short. I even contacted some bear friends of mine yesterday and said, hey, are you laying off the market right now? And I think everyone knows at this point to lay off the market. It's better to trade the reaction on this on Friday if you're a bear, or you're better on sell side than it is. Like today you got a little bit of a downstroke on Jolts and ISM, but it's still not worth it. In my view, it's better to buy. And not only that, we have CTAs, we have vol control gangs in the house. You probably have end of year dressing still going on. Some of this window dressing stuff, it used to all take place like end of year, and now what you're seeing is no matter what the outcome of the following year is, like this upcoming 2026, you'll see the market attempt to bag some profits first part of the year to try to buffer unknown unknowns for the upcoming year every year. So you're seeing a little bit of that action too right now, even with hedge funds. And we have buybacks, we have earnings season, blah, blah, blah. All that shit's like here. So why not price all this shit in the positive, and then we can sell the news once we get to the events. So we've got tariffs struck down and replaced after midterms. Assuming the administration is transparent on timing, look for the SPX to rise 1.25 to 1.5% on the day, with RTY significantly outperforming. The last one is really small, only a 1% chance. This is the big boy, though. This would be the idea that we go vertical into profit taking. That would be I think that's like 705 to 715. Spot up, vol up scenario comes into play. You wind up seeing profit taking. Everybody's happy. I do think if we were to hit that 720, that 715, 720, I might call it a wrap. If I maybe not, but I would expect profit taking and then looking lower at that point. Price or time, in my view, at this juncture. You have a window when you can make this money, and once we get there, if it's early, I would start looking to hedge. So this is the tariff struck down and no replacement model. This would be the most bullish outcome for stocks, but see the recent yield curve steepening the most recent yield curve steepening continue more aggressively. So there may be rates vol-induced limits on the equity move. Speaking to our colleague Mark Whitworth, he highlights that some of our rate clients think this outcome would push Trump to incrementally more dovish Fed candidate. View is that the candidate is announced post
SCOTUS ruling. This would twist the yield curve steeper, with the back end selling off on higher inflation expectations. So maybe we get a light or a cold CPI print tomorrow. You've got, excuse me, you've got the view is that the candidate announced post-SCOTUS ruling. This would twist the yield curve steeper, with the back end selling off on higher inflation expectations. SPX rises 1.5 to 2% in the day, again with RTY outperform. So if you look back here when this was announced yesterday, right in where? Somewhere in right about here. It was right around, I don't know what time it was, but it was somewhere in this vicinity right here. We started ramping up into the end of the day. We have the small pullback at 10 a.m. on JOLTS and ISM, and nobody cares, right? All eyes are on SCOTUS decision. This is pretty impactful. It's material. It matters to the market. So where do we go from here? You know where we're going, right? We're going to go up. And if we look at it like this, look at it kind of like this here. There we go. There's JOLTS, right? And you've got the decision here at 10 a.m. I don't know. I already drew this all fucked up. Yesterday's drawing was way better, the one that I left you with yesterday. But at any rate, you've got this 700 up here. And I kind of pulled this back in a little bit yesterday, if you recall, on the close of yesterday's show, mostly because here's 700. And you kind of figure pull this back down here. You kind of figure that 700 is about where we want to be. If you get that like 9% chance move or that 1% chance move, we can start talking about 705. For the weekend, what you'd need for this is there's two kind of scenarios here. You've got the one scenario where we go up and the announcement doesn't induce rolling calls higher. So that's your first one, right? If the announcement is taken by the stock market as positive, outcome 2 would be rolling calls higher, right? You're monetizing 700, you're rolling calls, and we go up another 5, and maybe the tip hits, and then we start a correction up here. So you're either going to get bad over here, up here, or you get the 1% chance move where they roll their calls and they keep rolling it into the following weeks, and we go up and trade like 710, 715 on this whole we're not replacing tariffs idea. I think 710, 715 would be top if we did that. I don't see that happening. I see the monetization on this one right here. I'll show you this one. It may be. I mean, I'm not saying we can't do this, but if you just look at this big bar right here, 7,000, we slam into this one right here, you're going to see monetization. I think at that point, the bigger question becomes, what's the news? Are they rolling higher? Are we able to get up to 7050 before the roll down? And not only that, there's no puts down here. There's no put gamma. So this could be a pretty violent fall corrective move to the downside once calls are finished being rolled higher. I think in every scenario, no matter what we do here, this is 7125. That's a big. This is like 710. Maybe we get up here and then start bouncing and hold this and go to 715, 720, somewhere in there. But I would think that it would need to be something extremely bullish. Like it would need to be big. So how do you trade it? You get long yesterday, you stay long, any pullbacks you buy, and you stay long. And when we get up here into Friday's 10 a.m., you at least have some kind of buffer in case there is a negative outcome. Now, if you're a bear or sell side, you're likely going to have to wait for the roll. I would not get in front of this if I was on a seller at all. So what you're looking for if you're a seller is you'd be looking for the drop underneath, not the unrealized volatility, but you'd be looking for the drop underneath. Some kind of a roll underneath, and then just that second new low, and you're off and running to the downside. And I would be waiting for that because it's a better trade the reaction situation than anything. Now, if we do squeeze up here and we hit that 710, 705 or whatever, 710, I would think that gives a great opportunity to hedge anywhere up there, 705, 710, 715. Gives a great opportunity to hedge out the market for February, March, April. So in that zone, anywhere up here, anywhere in this, and let's look at this really quick too. Let's look at monthly expectations. And this is R3 715. R2 monthly expectation 703.57. This is the norm. 2 standard deviations for the month seems reasonable. This is 1 standard deviation here. We're coming into it right now, and then we've got this one last one right here. As your 700, your 705. I think that seems reasonable. 3 deviations in the course of a month, unrealistic. And so anything above this here, any trade above 703.38, start hedging. You're going to likely get a print. You'll probably see me as well. Someone, I think Opland Group was asking yesterday what he said he missed yesterday morning as well. So I would think that even on this Ford trade that we're on, they have an AI event coming up. If any of you are following along with the Ford trade or you're expressing it with something else, if we get up there and Ford goes up there, you're going to see me start hedging as well. I'll start selling calls on Ford. I'll start selling calls on SPY. I'll close my SPY call spreads out. And if we don't get up there, if we just hit like the 705, 700, I might take the money up there. I think no matter where we go, if we get above 700 at all, like 705, I'll probably close my longs and I'll also probably start hedging the market. I've got some Nike out there. I've got TGT. I might start. I don't know if I'm going to sell those or not yet, but let's go back over here. Go back up this way. It's so weird. My camera's turned. Let me flip the camera around really quick here. Hold on. It looks so wonky. Camera. Hold on here. I don't like my left side. I don't like my oh no, that was wrong. What happened there? Can I turn that? Is that better? No. I need to be able to go like this. That looks better. That way I look like I'm looking at the screen, but I'm not. I don't know if that's better or not. At any rate, I would think here that you get long anything over like 705, 715. We can look on a higher frame if you guys want to see expectations. You guys want to look at like a higher time frame maybe to see what's going to take place on the here, let me put this on a 4-hour here. Let's go back to the trigger screen. Let's just close all this really quick. And let's move this back to a day. 1 day. Then we'll mute this. And let's look at a 4-hour. Let's just look at all of this here. And you can kind of see these like tops here. Even when we go above it, it still comes back down. Let's look over here. You know, this would be that kind of that scenario that SCOTUS, Yahoo were all the way up here. but it still comes back down. So I would suspect that. Hold on here. Now you get the push up for Friday, and we're selling, right? There's your 705. Anything at this 700, 702, 703, you're looking for the sell. It seems to have worked quite well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So just up in there, and then not only that, you could theoretically go slightly higher. Leave this one up here. Could do this one down here. I did these yesterday like this for you yesterday. This is the 700. This is the 715. This is, let's call Friday 10 a.m. Let me go back to an hour. And then you can also have next Wednesday as the next Wednesday 2 p.m. This is the, if you're on sell side, this would be the only other thing I have to say to you, which would be that the roll could take longer than you expect. This is how you would see the 715. Got this one right here. I don't see the 730. Let's just look at it for the fucking bulls. Oh my god. Because you know there's a bull out there that's gonna say 730. I don't see that 730. I'll be honest with you guys. What I see here is more like this. I see whatever this is. Something like this 700. And I really would like to see some kind of a retracement down here. And then we can start talking about 715 back over here. We back on 4 hour really quick. And at the midway point is, let's just look at this really quick. Where is the calendar? Beck's calendar. We've got Feb 20. There's OpEx. This is right. This is what I think we do. Something like this. There's your 710. There's your 720. Something like this would be best case scenario. And the reason I'm saying Feb OpEx is because it's the mid. We tend to get or start flattening out in here, start rolling right around mid February. Somewhere in here, like Feb 5th, it starts. Usually, you'll get the new flows and market. You know, something like this. This roll starts into March. That's the norm. Something like this. Some kind of a big roll. There's your 712. There's your 715. And from there, you know, there is this. There's a bigger. Here is your April, May. This goes down to 640, right down in there. Right down there. And then for the summertime, I'd like to see I'd like to see for summer like something up here, like 740. Something just like that. And you're back testing all this. and some just like that. Just like this. Up, up, roll it down. This seems like the easiest outcome. Then 740 for summertime high. Summer doldrums. The bigger question is, does this turn into election volatility that matters? If it does, 600. You got if you can even get a failure in here. I don't know about these doldrums this summer, how bad it's going to get, because you got USMCA, you've got election volatility. Like, does this get thwarted somewhere in here? Some kind of rejection in here for second half of the year, more bad than we thought. That there's potential for this. We go down, hit 600. This is here's September 17th right here. You know that. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry about that. I don't know what I just did there. And there goes your monthly trigger right there. And rather than seeing this early, you see it later in the year. There's your 600 right there. Get your summertime drop. Your weekly comes up and over right here. And we're trapped in here for summer. That's what I think happens. But I think we get a really weak. Summertime ahead of us. I think so. We won't know this though until that time period. This can go any number of ways. At any rate, you get the idea, right? Remove all this. Let's check this really quick. We got 700 up here. This would be the beginning of your hedging zone. What do we say? 703 and change? 703 change? 703.65, I think was the number. So if you want to snip this, you can, but the idea here is that we're up here. And then we're jackknifing down here. I think this is possible too. Easily possible. The real buyers are all down here. You can see them. Real buyers here. Real buyers here. Real buyers here. Now the big question is, are they here? Where are they? They're down here, right? There's potential that they're down here, but if this white line, if 672.63 is violated, you bounce that down there. Yeah, that could get messy in there, couldn't it? Hold on here. Sorry about that. Go to a 4. Go to a 1 hour basis here. Hold on here. I don't think any of this matters here. Maybe. You're looking for the extension to 405 or whatever, maybe it matters. I would say this for sure. You can't give this up. If you're a bull and you see 684 be given up, coughed up, I would say it's all over. Spring run is over. Any trade under 684, any trade under 684.04, summer or springtime or winter New Year trade is dead in the water. We're at this place right now where the only way is up. And I do want to show you something here if I can. Let me show you guys something here for just for shits and giggles. So here's 2021. And I have to express to you how important it is. No matter the outcome for this spring, I want you to see right here. I want you to see this. See how we don't have the new low over here? We actually had one over here. It was pretty dangerous. But because of time of year, this is January, right? We're coming into the weak part of the year. So this is Jan 5, right? Of 2022, we lost the hourly trigger. The hourly starts crossing underneath the daily trigger. If we see anything like this, this time of year, here's your signal to get the fuck out right here. And even if we trade sideways, even even in this example or this new example for 2026, even if we trade sideways, if you see anything like this, lose the hourly trigger starts crossing through the daily trigger, I would pull it in. Start hedging, no matter the outcome. Start hedging. Start laying off the market and start sitting back and waiting for whatever the outcome is in springtime. So even in here, I think that holds true. The only way is up. And the moment that you see say you start seeing, hold on here. You start seeing at any point, you start seeing price say pop up here, start coming down here. You see something like that. You see the hourly trigger start chasing price. If you see the hourly trigger chasing price, I don't know. I'd start wrapping it up. I would say even if we recover this, let's say we recover this and come back up, I would still be looking at, here's February 18. I'd be looking for the rejection over here or even a rejection up here at 705 or 715. If that happens. It hasn't happened yet, but if it happens, so this is pretty much what you need to hold, right? You can say right now that market must hold this. Must hold or risk deleveraging. Even if it takes time, even if it takes a month and a half, this should be the trigger for that deleveraging. You should be able to see it before it happens. Now, on a 1 minute base, or excuse me, an hourly basis, let's look at this. These peaks here seems to be what we're tracking here, right? Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. have tomorrow, 8 a.m. We've got 8:30ish. We're getting a bunch of data. We get CPI. Same setup as this one. You can see this is the setup for JOLTS. We're going to be looking for that same setup for tomorrow. And then we have Friday, 8:30. We get NFP. And then 10 a.m. until Wednesday of next week. 2 in the afternoon. There's CPI, NFP. Maybe some sideways action in here. NFP, we jump. Right there. I want to move this over here. If I was a dealer, I would murder all the stuff over here. Murder calls, murder calls, murder calls, murder calls. Unwind on NFP. All the way up. And here, I'm going to give it, it doesn't have to be Wednesday. It could be over here, but just for, do this really quick. Yep, somewhere, something like this right here. If I was a dealer, I'd murder all this shit in here, and I would force the weekend to pay you, and I would murder Theta over the weekend too. If it was me, this could play out like fade, fade, fade. You get your squeeze up on SCOTUS, and then we'll deal with rolling calls higher to wake up on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Like Monday, you get the gap up. Like murder you sideways into Monday over the weekend, and then you get the gap up on the roll of calls higher. That's what I would think would happen. Something like that. If you wanted a better idea of how this rolls, there's potentially one more trade higher in here. Potentially one more up here. End of the day, maybe. Theoretically, one more pump. But I don't think so. I know. 694, 696. I'd really like to see this roll right now. Excuse me. I think my youngest is getting me sick. See, none of that is good down there. Move that over there. Yeah, I don't think you can get in there. I guess the idea here would be you'd have to go up here, right? Get the 696. Up here, then sell the news on CPI. Just check this really quick. It says we got more uppies to go here. says we can ramp this fucker right up here. Ramp it, then maybe sell CPI. Right here. Have to stay on trend in here. Right up here, 690, 695, 64, down, and then up. Let's look at it closer. Put up this really quick. That's how you get your, if you wanted to get like end of day R2, 695.17. Still a tough trade. Like you still, I wouldn't take this trade into the close here today. I would think even if we go up here, this is a seller's like perfection in the overnight. 1600, 1900. Here's 4 a.m. Be trying to sell this close without a doubt. I think I'm the only bear here on this. I'm pretty fucking bearish like right now. I'm getting fucking pretty bared up here. I think I might want to get some I think I might want to get oh, where's my why is the Ford thing not showing? Hold on here, guys. Why is that thing not showing? That's weird. Huh. Why is that Robinhood thing not showing? I wonder if it changed. Let me just check this, guys. Hold on. Oh, it's not that one. That one's black. Does that show up on the screen? That one shows up on the screen down there. Why is that not showing up? There we go. Back on again. Sorry about that. I'm getting pretty fucking bared up in here. It's There's this one last little bit right here. Get rid of that. Just get rid of it. See it down here. Maybe one more push up into the close here. Oh yeah, baby, fire! I'm not the only one getting bared up here. Oh, what are we doing? A little bit of set. Play pants up there, spy. I'm not completely bearish. Hold on here, guys. You guys are savages. I think even if you get 696, it's going to be after the bell. So you can't trade it in after hour, or you can't trade it with calls. I don't think you can. Maybe. That's looking pretty toppy here. I mean, maybe we squeeze up into the bell, and then that's the real sell. You might get one more rip today. Maybe, if you're lucky. This is still a good time to be putting some puts on for tomorrow. Knee-jerk reaction down on CPI, and then recovery after the bell tomorrow. We might stall tomorrow too. We could like stall all day long into NFP, get the fear going for NFP, and then they lift the the SCOTUS thing is what sends us moon. Now the moon thing on SCOTUS, I don't know if it's all day long Friday. I don't know if it's like green bar fucking to the moon, and then we're selling it at 10 a.m. and all that. But you got CPI tomorrow. You got NFP on Friday morning. If I was a bear. If I was a bear, I would say this is probably your best chance for some kind of volatility. Until about like your window of volatility is tomorrow at 8:30, and then of course 8:30 on Friday for NFP. And then of course the standing rule for NFP is there's two rules for NFP. Rule number one, whenever we trade up into NFP, I'm always sketched out. I'm always like, fuck that, we're selling. If we trade down in NFP, it's a buy. So it's not every time, but like 9 out of 10 times it is. It'd be nice to get a little bit of volatility, blow off some vol to the downside before we get to this SCOTUS thing. If we run this thing up, like today, tomorrow, into NFP and SCOTUS, it could get wild. Do you get like a quick knee jerk down on NFP because we're on a high, and then a quick knee jerk flip vertical? And that's not going to be an easy thing to trade. The only thing I would say to you in that scenario would be, if you are making a decision to get long, like here and now, or short here and now, in any way, shape, or form, if you're like instituting a position, I would say, you might be surprised that you might catch a print even if you're getting burned. If you're like, oh fuck, this isn't working, and I'm gonna lose, so you close your position, and then it prints for like a half a day or something, or an hour or two, post NFP, post SCOTUS, you might still catch a print. So, um, I'm assuming here, just doing this, I'm already thinking right now about selling spreads to people, like condors and flies right now, or not condors and flies, but excuse me, selling calls and puts right now. Like how far outside the range would that be? Because I bet we can whipsaw up and down Friday. It's possible. There is a possibility of that. You capture both NFP Doom, and then you capture SCOTUS. SCOTUS, everybody's happy. FOMO. A little bit of volatility. So I would say, if you are in a position that's not paying you tomorrow, or paying you on Friday, stay in the position a little bit longer, because you usually have that fade the move afterwards, about an hour or two after the initial move. If you're long, I would say stay. If we roll down into NFP and you're burning, I would stay long, because you'll probably catch on the upside out there after into Wednesday. What else do I have for you guys? You gained some money back here, Zen Gamma. You went short 5 minutes before. Oh yeah, fire. What else do we have for you here today? This is GS. This is good news here. Here, I'll post this for you guys. Now, let me show you guys this really quick here. Uh, should be viewed. Should be viewed as supportive, but does not preclude seasonal weakness. And the weakness of NASDAQ is normal. NASDAQ usually gets more seasonally weak than other indexes. There's the half-hour trigger right here. Right in there. I want to see if we can catch that dip by higher in there. If we can see any buyers underneath this. Oh, wait, look at that. Way down there. Look at that. Ooh. That's fairly steep down there. Let me move this out of the way so we can just see it. Yeah, get on down there. Oh, yeah. Sweep that whole thing right there. Smash that thing. Oh, no, I'm not looking long. I think it's like sell time. I think any high that we experience at this point, from now into close, you try to sell it. If we go back up a little bit more, I would try to sell it. I would have some hedging on for tomorrow. If I'm looking at this from the dealer's perspective, I would try to add supply to the market right now into tomorrow, and potentially even into 10 a.m. on Friday. And I would try to capture the upside move over the weekend, right? So we get price where it needs to go, but I wouldn't want to pay. I always think about not wanting to pay options, from that perspective. Like, do I want to pay these options? No. How do I not pay these options? I throw supply in the markets, and then if we need to get price there, we'll only do it while killing theta. Key moments, wake up on Monday, it's up, right? Green. I think that there's a lot of potential. So stifle the market into that decision. The only other thing that would preclude that would be late FOMO call buyers, but I don't think they're the initial push of call buyers. I think that happened yesterday. So anyone starts getting late to the party for where we are, like, if you're long from under, you're fine. If you're here trying to get long, I'd be trying to buy like 689, 690, somewhere in there. If you want like a place to get long, that's where I'd be getting long. 689, 690, 688, 50, somewhere in there. I'm greedy, but if you're trying to get, who's asking fish layer? 425 fish layer, I'd be trying to get long at 689. 689, 688, 50, somewhere in there. Release the P tapes. Are they talking about the P tapes again? That's probably the only thing that could get them. I don't know. Do you think the P tapes could get them? At this point, I don't know if the P tapes would work. I don't know if P tape. I mean, I think that was the most viable thing that they had. Wasn't it like a reporter that had it or something, or a guy that owned a media company had the P tapes? Was the My Pillow guy? Somebody supposedly has them and hasn't shown them. I don't know if that would work. I don't know if P tapes would work. Oh yeah, did you see the Russians today? I saw the Russian boats. Did you see the fucking 3 Russian boats, the sub and the 2, and we just walked in and just fucking seized that goddamn thing? God damn. What's wrong with little P-play? Oh, I see what you're saying. Because he's pissing off the Russians, they're going to release the P-tapes. I think it's an American that has it. It's an American or a Euro that has the P-tapes. I think it's pretty aggressive to be doing that, too. I mean, it's really showing the cards, isn't it? I don't like showing the cards personally, but it's blatantly saying we're the world power, aren't we? Yeah, I don't think it's too smart to be showing the world that in fact the US runs the world. I don't like the Denmark and Greenland thing either, at all. I don't like it. I mean, I'm hoping, my hope is that it's only, the idea is to whip your partners into shape. I yesterday I was reading something about it, and there was a guy that was saying something about how it is oil. It's not power play to be in against China and Venezuela. I disagreed with that guy. He tried to lay out that it was just oil. I don't believe that. I think that behind closed doors, oftentimes, maybe you're in diplomacy. Your diplomats say, "Well, our prime minister is not going to do this publicly," and so maybe the U.S. says, "Well, we're going to go public with it and force you publicly to do this." And diplomats would shock a diplomat, and they'll freak out about it. So you make these threats publicly, and the reaction is sometimes as good as the threat. Um, think about that. So you got like Germany, Denmark, France, and at least one other country today saying they were going to put brigades of troops into Greenland. So think about it like this. I know this is bad to say, but think about this. If I say to you, I want U.S. troops in Greenland for their minerals, to be able to, get their metals and minerals for production for the West, and you say no, you can't do that because you gave Denmark Greenland in a trade or not or in a deal many 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 moons ago, right? That's what happened, right? Um, over some islands in off the coast of the United States of America. So you don't have U.S. troops in Greenland, but you do have NATO forces in Greenland. I think that's just as good. I think it's just as good. And I think that they're correct in saying that there are Chinese and Russian boats, submarines, and boats and influence in Greenland. So we need to push those away. We need troops on the ground. We need boats, NATO boats outside of Greenland. This is real. Like you guys know that I've been saying this for about a year and a half, 2 years. We are gearing up for war. So I'm fine with where we are today. If it's going to be Danish troops and French troops and German troops and Polish troops, I'm good with that. I'm fine with that. So it's either going to be U.S. troops or it's going to be NATO troops, and I think you can see that too today with the Russian tanker being seized in the face of all this Venezuela stuff. I think when you, and it doesn't mean that I agree with this stuff. It means more that I've told you in the show before that do not fucking think that the U.S. will not do these things, and we've had many countries not believe that over history. I don't know why. Even Saddam Hussein thought that the U.S. would never, like, they might be threatening, but they're not going to come into Iraq. And I'm telling you guys, the U.S. does not fuck around. It doesn't matter who the president is, doesn't matter who the regime is. They will do these things. And if you threaten the United States, I don't care who you are, the U.S. will fucking meet you in an open field and fight you. They don't care. Or that was my experience in the military. In my experience in the military, sitting in those rooms, I was freaked out by it. I'll be honest with you, it freaked me out. It was unsettling to know that that was the case. I remember, I remember when the scariest moment of my time in the military was 9/11. I've never had a more scary time in my service. On 9/11 that morning, I got the phone call that morning when it was going on. I woke up to the newscasts on a radio alarm clock, and as I was listening, I was like, "This should be music," and it was just some panicked voice in the background. My phone went off, and my commanding officer was like, "Get your shit on and get down here right now." And I was an AGR soldier at that time, and when I got down there, or when I was leaving to go there, I asked what was going on, and my unit thought that it was a false flag attack. My unit thought that there was going to be a second or third wave, and it would be a larger state actor. At the time, they thought it was Russia, and that we would be nuked. They thought that we would have a missile attack in the United States. My commanding officer told me to call my parents, get my shit in order, um, and that I might not come home. That was a very small window. It didn't happen for like so. As I drove in, the situation changed quickly, but for a brief moment, for like 4 hours that morning, I called my mom and dad. It's the first time I'd ever called, and last time I've ever called my mom and dad, and I begged them to go down to a basement. That's true story. I called my mom and dad and said, please go down to the basement and stay down there for the next 8 hours or so until I contact you again. Um, and my mom and dad refused to do that. They refused to go to the basement, and I said, please don't tell anybody. I'm like they really think some shit's going down right now. So I think the U.S. would, I think the U.S. from what I've seen in war planning, they don't fuck around. So this doesn't surprise me with seizing that tanker um, at all. I'm not surprised by that at all. Yeah, I was scared shitless, Goliath. I was scared fucking shitless, man. Uh, I was scared. And the way they were talking, it dissipated. It was like about 5 or 6 hours later that those fears started to dissipate. But we went like we were basically def. I don't know if we were just DEFCON 1, but it was pretty fucking. They issued me live ammunition, and they had us stationed. I went out with a Vietnam era radio. Um, they gave me a bunch of fucking old shit and junk, and we took military vehicles and started building checkpoints. We were taking deuce and a halfs and stacking them. I got crazy stories about that day. Like we started blocking the roads around an airport, the Manchester airport, and we started blocking off the Manchester airport. We even arrested a Marine. We had a fucking Marine try to get through the roadblock with a saw in his trunk with loaded ammunition. He got in big fucking trouble, but he thought World War III was popping off too. It's fucking crazy. They had like old men in F-150s pulling up and bringing us Dunkin' Donuts coffee and shit. It was the most bizarre fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. I've never since then ever held a loaded weapon in the United States military on CONUS. It was the one and only week that happened. We went to New York City. All these fucking master sergeants came into the base. They rounded up a big ass fucking column of soldiers, and we went to New York City. And we were not fucking around. It was pretty bad. I don't think civilians understood how scared. I don't want to say it's scared, but how quickly the U.S. turned into wanting to fucking like break out the hammer and give me a nail. It was pretty bad. And no one blinked either. No, but I saw one guy go AWOL at one point. But or heard about one guy going AWOL, freaked out or whatever. But my mom and dad thought my dad said it won't matter if this is World War III. My dad felt like he was a veteran. He's a veteran, still alive. He's a Vietnam veteran. He was a 101st Airborne and a Mex Hog for a year. He got blown up though in Vietnam. But his point was, if it's World War III, it's my time. He lived in a city center, kind of, so he lived near Boston, so he kind of knew that Boston would be no more if that was the case. Your war report just printing, and that's some wild ass shit, right? Did you guys see the picture of the? Did you guys see the picture of the Soviet boats, or not Soviet, but Russian boats? You guys want to see it? Some of you guys maybe haven't seen it yet. Let me see if I can find it here. I don't know if I can see the picture here. They might have pulled it down. I don't even know if it's public anymore. Let me see if I can see a picture of it. Hold on here. I mean, just look at this here. I mean, that's the business right there. Those are the Russian. There's a Russian sub. This looks like a this looks like some kind of a destroyer. I don't know if you can see that over there. And then this looks like a frigate of some kind. Cruiser. I don't know if that's a cruiser. Maybe this might be a destroyer. I can't tell what the size of it, scale of it, in a sub. And they can't do a goddamn thing. You're not gonna. Oh, hold on here. And they won't. That's the key. I don't think people realize how big the U.S. Military is. They won't do a thing. What is this here? I had one of those. That happened to me too, Seabaits. That happened to me in basic. They put me in the big command room, and then they locked the doors with guys with M4s and shit. They locked all the doors. Then our CO came out, told us World War III started in Europe, and that all of our MOSs were changed to infantry. And we were going to jump on planes that right away. A bunch of people stood up and said they were fucking a bunch. I swear to God, like at least 15 recruits, trainees stood up and said, "I refuse," and they removed them from our battalion. They escorted them out of the room, and I never saw them again. C Bates 830. That happened to me in the Army. I remember that. That shit was crazy. Did anybody stand up in your? Did anybody? Did any dipshit stand up and claim to be? Conscientious objector. I had people crying too. I think we had at least 15 people. It was probably the brigade we had. Can't remember if it was the brigade or the battalion that was in there. We had like 10 or 15 fucking people claim to be conscientious objectors. I was like, what are these fucking idiots doing? They joined the Army. What are you thinking? Like, I only joined the Army for this or that. I was like, you're out of your fucking minds. Oh yeah. Crying, not crying. Sorry, I'm typing and doing other work right now. Whenever you guys see me with my my hacky whenever you guys see me my not typing is not that good, it's because I'm not looking while I'm typing. I'm like doing other work while I'm like tap and doing something else at the same time. Yeah, we had about 15 people, dude. I want to say we had like 300 or 400 people there. It was so that would be brigade nearing brigade strength. I think it's 160 guys in a battalion. I think 160. How many men in a battalion? I think it's, so. Battalion has 300 to 1,000 men. So I'm wrong. It's a 300. I thought it was like so. Well, I guess if you have HQ, I think it depends on how the battalion is formed. You usually have what, 4 platoons and then an HQ type platoon, right? So 5, 9 guys by 7, man, maybe more rows than that. Yeah, I'm probably way off here. It's been a long time. It says battalion 300 strength. That's got to be a battalion with an HQ battalion or HQ component, right? It's got to be. And then four. Let me just take a look at this really quick. Some of this shit's changed too. Like we went from divisional leadership or divisional formation to coin. Now we're going back to divisional. I think it matters if you're doing coin or not. It says an armored battalion might differ in size from an infantry or support battalion. At that time, I was in a at that time I was in a combat engineer battalion. Fucking sappers. If there's anything in the army you don't want to do, don't ever be a fucking sapper. It's when you guys think about like tip of the spear, like you're like, oh, Marines are badasses, or infantry's badasses, or airborne, air assault. You want to know a real badass? Sappers. Those fuckers go with whoever is in the front. And they're dirty as fuck. It's one of the hardest combat arms OSIT training out there. Infantry will tell you that's not true, but it really is. I've actually been near sapper what was it called, TRADOC. Those they don't fucking clean them. They're dirty as fuck. They experience some of the worst shit out there. You're like, I think I would say of all the combat arms, the most dangerous are sappers. If you had to ask me, I would say they're the most fucked up. Yeah, me too, Bates. Same thing, man. It had to be because it was training, right? That's why they were so fucking large. Because of the training environment. Right? Like every group I've ever belonged to has been underweight. I want to say it's understaffed, but I forget what the terminology for it is anymore. We always had open slots. Always. Always, always, always. Yeah, so you don't know if they made him leave. So I was in when that happened. I was in pre 9/11. So they removed. You couldn't enter the army as prior service before 9/11. You had to like fake it to get back in. I was in the army and had to lie to get back in as prior service, and then I told the truth at the end of training. I had to lie to get back in. There was a time, believe it or not, in the army or in the military where you could not rejoin. They were trying to get rid of people. I was in when they were getting rid of people from Gulf War One, and I actually knew when I first joined the army. I knew a few Vietnam era veteran master sergeants, like tail end Vietnam veterans that were still in. That's how fucking old I was. Yeah, I didn't encounter stop lossing. I didn't encounter stop lossing until 2006. As a matter of fact, I was just looking at my orders. Hold on, you guys want to? I don't know if I can find. I don't know if I have them right here. You want to see where I got stop lost? I just had to do my. So I don't do the. You guys want to see when I got stop lost and sent to 101st Airborne? I might have it here. Hold on. Let me look and see if it's in front of me. I'll find them. I have them here. I was going to get my pass, and there's like a system to check to see if I'm a veteran, and I don't go to the I don't have my ID anymore. And I don't go. I stay away from the VA. I stay away from the Army. I stay away from anything military. So I had to prove that I was a veteran this week, a week ago or something like that. And there's like a system on the internet to prove that you're a veteran. They, like, check your name, and you have to like upload all these documents. And so I gave my DD-214, and then I gave a bunch of like my medals and my orders and all that kind of stuff. And I looked this week, and I saw my orders for being stop lost. It was fucking sketchy. And I remember, oh god, 600 and was it 560-day orders while I was in IRR. They fucking called me 3 or 6 months before my ETS. I wasn't reporting it. It was really weird at that point. Or at that time period, we were just switching over to the email shit. And even in IRR, you're supposed to stand up once a year. And my unit was like, you don't have to come here. Like, fuck it, don't even bother showing up. So I hadn't really been near the Army for about a year and a half, I think. I opened at that time. I opened a bunch of restaurants. I think at that point I had 2 or 3 restaurants that I owned, and I owned another a bar. I owned 2 restaurants, a bar, and a big catering company for Hollywood films and stuff. And I remember it was pretty fucked up. I was with my wife then too. She was very upset. No, I was trying to get cheap tickets. No, time out. I was trying to get. I have an honorable discharge. I was trying to get tickets cheap, so you have to go online and upload your documents to them to get the discount. And so I had to upload my DD-214. I was like, is this gonna work? I was like, I don't know if this is gonna work for the discount. So I went through my like, I've got a stack of fucking papers. So I'm like, I'll give them these and these and these and these and these, and this will like. I wanted to get the approval so I could get the fucking tickets like right away. They approved me. I'll show you. Hold on here. I can probably show you that. Hey, look at that. It's called the Sheer ID. Hold on here. I don't know if I should show you this or not. So just so you can see that, I don't know if I should be showing this. Fuck it. Who cares? So this is my this. See, congratulations, your military status is confirmed. So for me to get a discount, kind regards. The verification was provided by Share ID. I don't know much about it, but I had to upload all my documents so that I could get some cheap tickets. I wanted cheap tickets, man. And you got to show that you have an honorable discharge, and you got to show that you fucking served. You got to show, and you got to be a veteran. You can't be just like, I'm fucking Bobby Jerkoff. You got to be a vet. So. Sorry. I normally don't use that shit. I'll be honest, guys. Like, I like, normally I don't tell anyone. That's like, in my real life, I don't tell anybody any of that shit. Like, I don't use it to my advantage. I did this time because the tickets were so expensive. I'm like, fuck that. They gave me like fucking 60% off or some shit. Yeah, A-Town, I would like to, if Ford can get up to like $14-15, that back test they did, I think that they're going to be fine for that. They back tested that $10 range, so I'm looking for like that $15 sell. That's what I'm looking for. And what I would do is sell 60-day to cover. I would do not cover. 60-day to expiration calls. I don't know what the calls will be. What I think what we need is FOMO. Um, I need to see FOMO in the market, and then sell those calls. There's a couple things about Ford. It trades. The good thing about Ford is that it doesn't trade very high, or it tends not to trade outside the range. It's really it's almost like Clorox bleach. It just kind of stays steady. Um, so if you can get that $15 and then trade like a 60-day expo, let's call it like mid-February. So you capture all of March and part of April. We should sell some calls, but I don't think we're at that I don't think we're in. If you think about like, I want you to think about like in October there was anger, right? So October was an up month. Why was there anger? Do you know why? It's anger from the street that wants to buy a dip for now. So we're up in October. There's no opportunity to get long, or you're forced to get long to go even higher in this time period. You get what I'm saying? Like, if there's no dip, you got to buy it. That means we're going higher, 720, 740, or whatever. So I would think there was anger in October, then there was fear in November, and then December was really fucking weird. December was like December's known for volatility, but not down. And there was this big question if we were going to crash in December. And then all of a sudden, I feel like, let's just check it right now. The fear and greed index. I think that people are getting FOMO-y, but not quite FOMO yet. Let's look at it. So it's neutral right now. Fear and greed index is neutral. So we probably just need one more rip higher if SCOTUS can provide that, or we start like grinding sideways after that SCOTUS thing, and everyone's excited. We can probably start selling calls, man. Yep, 10% off at Lowe's and Home Depot. I use those things. I don't use it to the things that I don't use the status for is like I have a lot of friends from that time period that don't deserve benefits and they have them. Like everybody got benefits if you were a soldier from like 2000 to 2008, I believe, or 10, somewhere in there. 2001 to 2000, maybe a little bit later, but if you were any kind of service, then you're a veteran. They changed a bunch of things in that war. And I know a lot of people that I don't do it for myself because I feel guilty. I'll be honest with you guys. I have like an internal, I don't feel like I deserve anything. But I do think some people deserve some of that stuff. And it also helped my dad. My dad couldn't get 100% disability, which was wrong. My fucking father, for years and decades, the VA wouldn't give him that disability. He didn't catch it. I think he got 90% eventually in the mid 2000s due to the changes in benefits for veterans. I'm grateful for that, but I think there's a lot of fraud still. I think the two are not mutually exclusive. I think they live together. So I'm not a fan of it. I have a deep disdain for it. But I do use some of the shit like at the Lowe's and Home Depot discounts. I use like the 10% ski passes. I'm not going to say no to them. Oh yeah, dude. Goliath. Dude, ask anybody. If you live in a nice neighborhood, you know this. If you live anywhere in a nice neighborhood, you'll probably have people living there that have no business living there. And it's because they're veterans. They get a nice check every month. The service paid during that time period. Yeah, 100% Goliath. I'm with you. I don't like saying that. It's a dirty little secret. Like it's like if you say that, people get mad at you. They're like, veterans deserve everything for free. Um, I mean, I have other thoughts on that stuff too. I think that the VA system is the way the U.S. should do healthcare for every civilian. I think civilians deserve that same healthcare. I think we should have national healthcare. Very similar. We already do it right now for veterans. We could easily do it. People are like, we can't do that. I'm like, we do it right now for veterans. I'm like, you can do it for civilians. You can just add civilians onto the rolls. I wish we had national healthcare. Yeah, I don't like our healthcare system at all. See if this holds here. Trend is right here. Don't know if we're going to slam this down or not. This looks like this is kind of technically complete at this point. You can see it right here. The bigger question is, do we start breaking out? Do not buy this dip just yet. If you're looking to buy a dip, do not buy this dip just yet. Need to break above this here. Just get rid of this now. Already went down. You can close short if you want, but there's two things to realize here. If you're going to go long, we need to break up here to get long. You can buy this right here. Just get rid of this for now just so you can see it. You'd want to see price come up. You'd want to see price come up, make the new high, and then you could take a long here. But do not take this long here. And the other problem here is there could be more continuation to the downside. This is like diddling in the middle. Don't fuck with it. If you wanted to take this short again, you would wait for the new low in the rejection. So you're getting short right here. Only after you make the new low, you can set up the next trade for puts down. Right there. But for right now, I wouldn't I wouldn't open a new trade at this moment. Don't do shit here. This is where you get trapped in. I'm gonna take all your money. When I think about healthcare, I think from the perspective of where does it work? Like, it works well in some Western European countries. It works very well in Japan. I lived there. Well, I didn't live there, but I spent time there. My wife actually grew up there. So I think that I'm an American. So, and again, I know it's like American exceptionalism. I think it can be done. Do I think? I think if anyone could do it, it would be us. To do it well, I think we could do it well. We do a lot of things well in this country. Some things we don't do well, but some things we do well. I think we could do it well. I don't disagree that it's a problem in some countries that have it, or there's issues with it. But I don't think it's just national health care either. I think if you did it in the United States, it would be a challenge because you have to shift from I'm treating a disease to changing a lifestyle change, basically, right? You would need to get the U.S. on to fundamentally change lifestyle changes. I don't know if we can do that part of it. Even though I believe in national health care, I don't know that the U.S. could accomplish that part. That's probably the bigger hurdle to cross, which would be like changing the mentality to let's keep you healthy with national health care. And I don't know if the U.S. can meet that challenge anymore. I think we could have met it years ago, pre-internet, but as you know, everybody's getting like COVID didn't help either. Why don't you like think about that? Like when I go out a lot still, but I notice still to this day notice a difference being out pre-COVID, post-COVID. There's a drastic difference. My wife and I talked about this coming home the other day. We were coming home from skiing, and one of the conversations we had with people on the mountain was it's all over YouTube, so I'm assuming they're watching YouTube. But people were asking about has skiing changed? Where it's because of the consolidation and PE and VC money that came into ski resorts, and all these ski towns are losing their identities due to the Icon Pass, the Epic Pass. If you go to Park City, it's not the same town anymore. It's become a resort town. It was never a resort town until I want to say 2005, 2010. It started switching, moving away from being a quaint ski town to a resort town. So that was a big conversation. But fascinatingly, when my wife's and I had conversation thereafter, I disagreed with these people too. I was like, I'm fine with it. I was like, I know people that live there hate it, but um, I like the idea of an Epic Pass, a cheap ass ski pass I can ski anywhere I want in the country, and outside of the country too. And so I benefit from it. I love it. Um, that's not the prevailing thought, though. That people like it, they hate it. But what was interesting to me was our my wife and I's conversation steered closer towards um, just being out skiing. I was like, not many people do this anymore. Even though people are mad at so many people in the mountain, skiing has become very tied to like a luxury rather than the norm. When I was young, everyone skied. Everyone skied. They snowboarded. Families would go. It was very family oriented, middle class. You don't have to be wealthy, just middle class. And that has just since changed. And I noticed it when we were skiing. I was like, man. I was talking to my wife. I'm like, we're in the Midwest. I was like, there weren't that many people on the mountain. I was like, and there aren't that many ski opportunities in the Midwest. I was like, if you think about just the sheer numbers, I was like, Detroit has 700,000 people. The ski resort should be sold out, and it's not. Um, so it shows the exclusivity of it, and also shows I think society at large doesn't touch grass a lot anymore. People spend a lot more time at home. Do any of you notice that, or no? Am I the only person that notices that? Let's see if we can turn this around now. Anyone out there, if you're watching the show, do you notice if you spend less time out socializing? Do you do that or not? It's okay to be honest about it. I notice it. I notice it when I'm out dancing. I notice it. I notice the crowds are different too. Um, I like to go dancing. I go to raves and stuff, like not raves, but I go to EDM events, and I notice that people have changed a lot. Um, or why people are there. Social media influencers are like that too. I get like VIP passes to a lot of things, and I notice like the VIP areas are there for content creation, which I find fucking bizarre as fuck. Um, Not there to enjoy the experience. So I don't understand that culture either. So like when you start cutting that culture out, and you start, um, I don't know, it's just weird, different culturally, it's just different. Um, it's everything is less organic. Um, it wasn't like that when I was young. Even concerts is like that for me today. When I go to concerts, I feel like it's overproduced, and then people are there to like I don't know. I was at a I don't know. It's really weird. Am I the only one that thinks that or no? Yeah, blindly asking women out in person. I notice that when I go out. I have a lot of single friends I hang out with. I have a lot of men in my life that are men in my life. I got a lot of friends that are single for one reason or another. I'm married, and I've never stopped going out. So when I go out, women will talk to me frequently. But I think I'm harmless because I'm married. Um, but I notice that with my younger friends, they'll just like wallflowers when we go out. I'm like, fuck it, let's go dancing. And I got yelled at recently for that. My buddy yelled at me. My buddy was like, stop fucking dressing up and stop fucking uh, being the center of attention around these women. They got mad. That really happened. So I was like, so the next time we went out like a week later, this was recently, and we went out like a week later, and I wore like shitty blue jeans and some drab sweater or whatever, and I looked like a dork, and my buddies thought it was fucking hilarious. But I notice it when I'm out. I notice it. Who said that? And I noticed that spicy too. Well, I don't know. There's another part to that too. Let me say something else on this. Um, I have a lot of people in real life ask me for my socials. Um, I don't like that. I've had women ask me for my socials. I don't like giving out socials. No matter who they are. I still like. I had a guy give me his business card this weekend. The guy had a business card. I ask people all the time, like, get a business card, and people are like, "Why are you asking for a business card?" I'm like, "Well, I just want to see who's still carrying them and why they're still carrying a business card, rather than just tapping phones or whatever." Um, and I do get asked for my socials. I tell people no, um, all the time. Tell them no. I'll give you my phone number and I'll literally say it to you. Put it in your phone. Send me a text message. I try to like have that humanity still. Give me your phone number. I'll send you a text. Hey, this is me. I like that formality of meeting people. Anyone else do that still, or no? You guys just been pinning each other. Here's my V card. I don't do that still to this day. You've almost died twice, lost 10% of your brain, smashed your leg into 30. Jesus Christ, spicy. Fear of rejection from women is of little concern after meeting your maker. Oh yeah, dude. Back in the day, I still don't do that shit. I still don't do like I don't do socials with people. Do you guys all do socials? Here's my socials. I don't do that shit. I keep Facebook for like family and like old friends when I was a kid, and that's all I keep Facebook for. Oh, and I do Facebook for Marketplace. I have zero presence on Instagram. I'm on there. I got like an Instagram handle. I've got a handle for what's the other one? Everybody, the job one, LinkedIn. I don't fucking use that thing either. I don't use LinkedIn. I zero. Like I've got a LinkedIn page, but I don't do shit on it. I think I even write stupid things on there, like I'm this and that. Facebook, I don't use it except for Marketplace, and I use it for like real old friends, like when I was a child. I grew up with you for 5 or 10 years. We moved a lot when I was a kid, so I don't know, or I have friends all over the place. Um, so I'll do that for that. I'll do it for family. I have zero presence on Instagram. I love Discord. I fucking love Discord. I fucking love it. I use Discord for, of course, our community, but I also use it for other shit. Like I use Discord for EDM stuff. I use it for skiing and sailing. I use it for gaming. I haven't played in a bit, but I play Dungeons and Dragons. I use Discord also for my community, where I live. Like there's a Detroit Discord, and I use that. They're really nice people. Um, I love Twitter. I like Twitter because of its instantaneousness. It's faster than Reddit. I Reddit's weird for me. An original Redditor, so I don't like Reddit as much as I used to. Um, the astroturfing on Reddit is similar to the astroturfing on Twitter. If Twitter is the right, then Reddit's the left. Reddit's even becoming more left right now. It's not even left. It's like an astroturfed hellscape. Some of the smaller subs are great on Reddit still, but like the main page stuff is kind of freaky. I don't use I use BluesSky here and there, but I haven't adopted that yet. I'm not on True Social, so I don't have anything to say on True Social. I don't know if it's good or bad or whatever. Um, what other? I use Signal and Snap and what else? I use one other. I've never got into Telegram either. I was thinking about trying Telegram. I used to do the B board way back in the day. I was a shithead when I was younger. But I think the B board is everywhere now. If you know what that is, I've never done Telegram. Um, I know that you can buy drugs on Telegram, but I don't do it. I don't use Telegram. I was thinking about trying it out. I was like, if I'm bored, I'll check out Telegram. Do any of you guys use Telegram a lot or no? I might be able to get one more pull up here. There we go. All right. So we got our tag here. Here's your target right here. We just hit it. See if we can squeeze this up into the bell. And squeeze this up into the bell, and then maybe we can sell this bell here. Fediverse. You know, I've never used the Fediverse. Fediverse? What? Party? Oh, this is cool. Fediverse, huh? This looks pretty cool. I mean, I've heard of Fediverse, but I've never used it. I will pin this and look into it. Yeah, I like Signal. I use Signal almost exclusively now. I'll still speak to friends and family. If they're just my friend and just my family, I will use regular text messaging. But most of my communications today are on Signal. I use Signal a lot these days. When I was younger, I noticed that spicy. As I gotten older, I think people are nicer. Are people still assholes today? I don't know. Spicy said something, but what is life? I've had that when I was younger. Once I hit my mid 30s, late 30s, a lot of that stopped. Down in their 40s. I felt like 35 to 40 people started calming down more. I noticed it even in my own life. I noticed that my hangups that I had in my youth, I don't know if it's hangups, like my ideals and values, the ones that I'm like really firm in, I've become less and less. I'm like, I don't give a fuck what people think. And I'm not really concerned with what other people are doing either. Like in terms of like, you're doing this wrong or you're doing this right. I really don't. Starting to blast up again. We got one more tick up here we got to take out. This one right here, where my cursor is. Want to see a nice little squeeze up here. This was the back test. We're going up. Here's your next target right here. Testosterone. Yes, I have a shit. I have an appointment tomorrow. I think I have an appointment tomorrow. I go to Men's Health now. I have some of the things I haven't told you. Or I think you guys have heard me slip with things. I have I'm under the care of a dentist right now. I'm having my teeth worked on. I'm getting crowns and stuff. I had the Roto-Rooter thing. So I've been working with a dentist. I under the care of a doctor right now for my back and also like my internal stuff. So I'm under the care of a doctor for that, and then I'm seeing a men's health doctor right now too. Yeah. So as a matter of fact, I have a testosterone test tomorrow. I think I got to check on that. Now that you said something, it's probably not gonna ping me until tomorrow. I have a let me just check. Thanks for saying something. My testosterone is high, man. Like I can fucking my regular doctor won't fuck with my testosterone. I've asked him. I have good. I want more though. I fall within their acceptable range where they won't give me any. So that's why I'm going to this men's health doctor. Let me just check this really quick. Let me just check this here. When is my fucking appointment? I don't know where the fuck it is in here. For some reason. Here we go. Yep, tomorrow at 4 p.m. Thanks for saying something to me. Hold on here, I'll tell you where I'm going. I think this is a national place. What is this place called? I'm not going to say this on the show because people make fun of me. Well, let me look up this guy. These guys. That's not a good failure there. Yeah, that's what my concern was. That's why I contacted them. I said that I said my recovery is slowing down. My ability to recover is slowing down. I said that I'm more sick than I've ever been, or not sick. Um, so my recovery is down, and I'm more like I don't know if it's sick. How do I describe it? Um, like the will to do things is slowing. There's more like depression. Um, I was talking about my best friend, or my best in real life person friend here in Detroit recently, and I said I want to pick up some activities for the winter, and like Detroit is very cloudy. There's not a lot of sun. It's weird here. Then summer we get extended days or nights, I should say, daytime into night, sun into the nighttime, and then the winter we have very short days and it's very cloudy. So I have to take a bunch of vitamin D, and I was telling my buddy, I was like, I have no interest in picking up a hobby, and I need to for the winter. And I think it has to do with my testosterone. So my recovery is bad, a little bit of depression, um, and then what else? Depression. I still have good sex. Like I don't know what I should say publicly or not. I just had I just was chasing my wife down, and I came like 3 or 4 times in a session. So, I think my testosterone is fine. I just think it might be low. I can still get a hard on or erection. Sorry to be speaking in such vulgar terms. Um, as long as I don't jerk off and stuff or like watch porn, that kind of stuff, I can function fine. I think the porn is a bad, or not bad, but I think porn's fine. Yeah, I can get laid, so I have a good relationship with my wife, so I can get laid when I want to. If I like want sex, I can get laid. Um, yeah, I get my blood done every year. I have actually my physical is soon. I just think it's low. I don't think it's my testosterone's in major decline. Testosterone is testing lower each over time. Yeah. Do you think that's a not nature thing or no? I wonder if our bodies know that we need less people. I wonder if our bodies realize genetically if we realize that the world needs less people or is going to need less people with AI. I know, I know, I know. I'll talk about it publicly. I don't mind talking about it publicly. I don't mind talking about if my sex life was bad right now, I'd tell you. I would say it. I think it's weird, like being an American male, like or I don't know, it's American, but men have a hard time telling the truth about their health and their sexual health and all that kind of stuff. I don't mind talking about it. I think the biggest, if you want something negative, I think the biggest challenge for sexual health for me was when our kids were young. Um, my wife, like when my children were when we were like in the early years of rearing children, um, my wife worked her balls off. She had no time for it. If you're in that situation, if you're raising young children out there, things get better if you're just a good man to your wife. Um, try to support her as best you can, and when those kids start getting older, if you stay involved in your wife's life, like what are you interested in? What do you want to do? When the kids are starting to be a little bit self-sufficient, your wife will, if you're going through that as a man, your wife will be more apt to want to have more sex if she's not constantly fucking dealing with kids. Um, I don't know why women do. I mean, I don't know why it's like that in society, but it's like that. You see a lot of moms get together and they're like taking the kids here and taking the kids there and doing this and doing that. There's like some kind of like expectation that it's not dad, it's mom, and so they get. I think women get roped into a way more responsibility than a man does rearing children, right or wrong. It's just a part of it, right? And we went through that phase. So if you're a man out there and you're like, well, my wife doesn't want to fuck me, it's probably because she's fucking tired. Uh, and even when I would help my wife out, thinking I was gonna get laid, she just slept. She was like, I just need some fucking time to myself now. Um, so if you're a guy out there and you're experiencing no sex, it gets better. Loving your wife, and then when your kids are self sufficient, all of a sudden you hit the magic button and they're back at it again. Probably shouldn't say that. Do I think Trump watches the show? I don't know. I think Levitt's speaking right now. You guys want to hear what she has to say? I'll read some of the things that are market matter to the market here. The Fed should continue to cut rates. That's from U.S. Treasury Department's counselor Lavergne. What else we got here? Rubio said we will meet with Greenland next week. Meeting on Greenland will be with Denmark. What else? Press Secretary Levitt came out and said it's been actively discussed by Trump and the national security team. We're talking about what a potential purchase would look like. Levitt on Greenland and military force. All options are on the table. The Sophia vessel is being escorted in the U.S. Levitt on Greenland. It would give the U.S. more control over the Arctic region. I agree with that statement too. The Arctic region is going to be hot. I agree that Greenland is a part of that. And Russia, of course, is in the Arctic Circle right now. Trump has good, honest relationships with Xi and Putin. That's bullshit. Levitt ends press briefing. I don't even know why they said that. I don't see anything here that matters from Levitt. Just more drivel. We're going to buy Greenland. I don't think we need to necessarily buy Greenland. As long as you have troops there, active troops, NATO troops, I'm happy. European troops, happy. And also exerting. They need to also exert power, and so that Russia knows and China knows they can't have it. They can't have the Arctic. They can't have Greenland. They can't have anything. To be honest with you, they can use it. They can't have it. Probably the fact men aren't needed to fight anymore. Yeah, I think that too. We don't kill as many men
US
anymore.
Energy Secretary Wright, speaking on CNBC,
Not like
says
we
the
used
US
to.
is just going to control the flow of funds when he's speaking on Venezuela. Adding that the US is not taking Venezuela's oil, and that the US is just going to control the flow of funds.
Welcome to Beep 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 Men's Health Clinic. Oh yeah, that's me. Check it out. Testosterone health, erectile dysfunction. I get those pills. I get the ED pills, but I had to go to a fucking Men's Health for that too. My doctor wouldn't give me ED medication. Those things are fucking awesome. If you've never had Cialis, they're amazing. They turn you like 15 years old again, 16 years old. Weight loss therapy, GLP-1 therapy, miclotropic injections, phentermine and NADs, peptides and vitamin therapy. I'm assuming the peptides and the vitamin therapy have to do with alcohol consumption and being sober the next morning. Yep, I'll be jacked before you know it. I'll be fucking straight jacked again.
Energy Secretary Wright says that
Start
I
roid
spoke
raging.
to 3 major oil companies immediately after the Maduro raid. And you will see involvement with oil companies immediately.
I like the Cialis, man. Shit's awesome. I love it. I take those things. I'll crack them. I actually crack my mouth when my wife says yes. She's like, okay, ready? I'm like, oh, hold on. I'm going to get the Cialis.
Trump on Truth Social says, all United States defense contractors and defense industry as a whole, beware. Saying, while we make the best military equipment in the world, defense contractors are currently issuing massive dividends to their shareholders, massive stock buybacks at the expense and detriment of investing in plants and equipment. This situation will no longer be allowed or tolerated. So Trump says no longer tolerating defense contractor dividends and warns defense contractors about stock buybacks and won't permit dividends, stock buybacks for defense companies.
Is this Trump talking right now? Uh-oh, that wasn't good. They didn't like that, did they?
Just keeping an eye on the S&P 500. Did see a little bit of movement towards the downside for the back of the comment from Trump there. Trump says defense industry executive pay packages are unjustifiable.
Mm. I can't find that video.
Also, Trump in his Truth Social, just reiterating what he said before about military equipment, the speed of production. It says military equipment is not being made fast enough. It must be built now with dividends and stock buybacks and overcompensation of executives rather than borrowing from financial institutions or getting the money from your government. Trump also says no defense executive should make more than $5 million annually.
All U.S.
Seeing some further movement towards the downside on the S&P 500. Again, just off the back of Trump's Truth Social there.
I'll read it to you guys here, the actual post. Hold on here. He's on fire right now.
Seeing taking a hit. Raytheon Technology, Northrop, Lockheed fall after Trump defense comments.
Oof. Lockheed getting hammered right now. Oof. All U.S. defense contractors and the defense industry as a whole, beware. This is from Trump on Truth Social. While we make the best military equipment in the world, no other country is even close. Defense contractors are currently issuing massive dividends to their shareholders and massive stock buybacks at the expense and detriment of investing in plants and equipment. The situation will no longer be allowed or tolerated. Also, executive pay packages in the defense industry.
OpenAI says that they're introducing ChatGPT Health.
Also, executive pay packages in the defense industry are exorbitant and unjustifiable given how slowly these companies are delivering vital equipment to our military and our allies. Salaries, stock options, and every other form of compensation are far too high for these executives. Defense companies are not producing our great military equipment rapidly enough, and once produced, not maintaining it properly or quickly. From this moment forward, these executives must build new and modern production plants. That's going to be bad for defense, or for the stock.
And the Secretary Wright says we're going to see very significant pressure on Cuba.
From this moment forward, these executives must build new and modern production plants, both for delivering and maintaining this important equipment and for building the latest models of future military equipment. Until they do so, no executive should be allowed to make in excess of $5 million, which, as high as it sounds, is a mere fraction of what they are making now. Additionally, the maintenance and repair of equipment once sold is far too slow, and it must be immediately enhanced. I'm surprised he didn't mention the cost of maintenance, because that is bullshit right now. As president, I'm demanding the maintenance be spot on time. Therefore, I will not permit dividends or stock buybacks for defense companies until such time as these problems are rectified. I don't know if he can or can't do that legally. Maybe. Maybe he can tie it to funding for defense contractors. Likewise, and I also have other questions here, like, does this impact tech companies that have defense contracts or not? They're not historically known as defense contractors. Therefore, I will not permit dividends and stock buybacks for defense companies until such time as these problems are rectified. Likewise, for salaries and executive compensation, military equipment is not being made fast enough. It must be built now with the dividends, stock buybacks, and overcompensation of executives rather than borrowing from financial institutions or getting the money from your government. I'm assuming that's what he's going to tie it to. Longer term, this is good for both executives and shareholders because it will be great for our country. Thank you for your attention to this matter. It's not really a ton of money, though. Like, I understand the sentiment but I don't know that that's enough money to make the difference. I don't think defense contractors make that as much profit as people think. The size of defense contractors has gone down over the decades. After the Cold War, let me look at the size of shrunk after Cold War. Maybe he wants that. Major defense contractors significantly shrunk and consolidated after the Cold War due to massive defense budget cuts, leading to dramatic reduction from dozens of major players to just a few big five firms. The Last Supper, it was called. I remember that. The Last Supper. Here's something interesting if you want some further reading on this. Yeah, we just got trumped.
That concludes comments from Energy Secretary Wright on CNBC.
Yeah, I'm looking at they did get a new high over here, so LMT did. Is it getting bought back up yet or no? SPY bleeding right now into 3 p.m. We had a nice we missed this one right here.
So I've seen the S&P 500 turning negative.
We got this one right here, that was fine. Then we missed this one right here.
Comments that he made earlier on, saying that he will not permit dividends or stock buybacks for defense companies until such time as these problems are rectified.
Check a few of these right now. Check GE. GE not giving it up just yet. RTX. RTX down right now. BA.
So a reminder at the bottom of the hour, Trump is to sign executive orders. There isn't a live video, but if we do find something, then we'll pop it on the feed for you.
I wonder if like is RGR taking a hit right now with the gun companies? Not too much. What about Palantir? I wonder if these companies are considered defense or not. They're weak right now, but not that weak. This is Palantir. There's some weakness in Palantir and some weakness in the gun stocks, but not quite like the big boys. The biggest hits right now are like GE, RTX, BA, LMT, GD, NOC, LHX is getting hit. HII, I haven't checked HII yet. Ingersoll Rand, it used to be Ingersoll Rand. They got a hit too. LHX, then HII, right? Those are the big boys. Yeah, who does the buybacks? Dividends and buybacks. SPOO's recovering now. HII being bought back up. Let me check LMT. Let me just check the ITA. Yeah, that's almost ready for a fucking pullback anyways, isn't it? Let's look at the ITA. It looks like it was already rolling anyways.
So as said earlier, defense stocks losing ground after Trump's comments. Lockheed Martin shares down 2%, Raytheon shares down 0.01%, and Northrop shares down 2%.
So ITA already had a divergence. This is the defense and aerospace. It peaked right here yesterday on Tuesday. If you want to see this closely here, you see the top in velocity on 30 minutes. It's been heading down even though higher prices. So even before Trump said anything, we're already going lower. There's probably going to be one more short here if you want it, or if you can get put spreads here. It's a nice bear trade. Yeah, 100% Goliath. You know what you can do is this. How about if we start stalling now into tomorrow and Friday morning, makes me wonder if we should stop the public show and do a private stream so we can look at that outlook together. You want to do something like that? Make the stream. There's not much to do here. Even if we squeeze up into this close, it doesn't really matter, does it? You know, we get vol tomorrow in the morning, and then we get vol on Friday morning. It's not going to really matter here. I'm not trying to say it's a sustainable short. I'm saying to you that if you look, just go to ITA. You can see there's a divergence clear as day on price on the open on ITA this morning and hourly velocity. Hourly velocity is going down as price was held up. So if you short it, I would short it until hourly velocity hits a bottom. I don't think it's like sell defense stocks, period. But I think if you just look at velocity, short it until fucking 30-minute hourly velo hits minus 50 or minus 100. Yeah, you want to do this? We can do it right now. Okay, let's do it. Okay. Give me a few minutes here. What I'm going to do is give an outlook for the public people watching, and then we'll do a private stream for the community. Hold on a second here. Okay. So just let's take a quick peek here for expectations into tomorrow. We've got maybe one more high left in the market, maybe. Even if we do, though, it's only an opportunity to sell. So if you're looking for another high, hopefully it's not to buy a dip. There's a potential for one more trade up here, but this is like 7 in the morning. So this is 7 a.m. tomorrow. So I think it would only be another chance to sell down, right, into Thursday as we await CPI, NFP. If you're looking to buy a dip to capture, I don't know why this is not on here, but if you're looking for a dip to buy for SCOTUS, decision on Friday, let me get rid of some of this stuff here. I would think that either CPI or even the close of Thursday should provide that opportunity. I'd like to see us like get down here and maybe get down here. And so Thursday close, buy that dip to capture that SCOTUS thing and be looking to price it for next week on Wednesday. If you can capture the trade on Friday close, awesome. If you have to wait until Wednesday of next week, wait until the Wednesday of next week. If you're looking for that big squeeze up, maybe you catch it on Friday, maybe you catch it on Wednesday, maybe and I would do a spread if it was me personally. You don't have to necessarily do a spread, but just note here that even if there's one more bump higher into today's close, it's probably going to be used to sell and create that volatility before we go up. Also, a noteworthy is VIX 9-day spiked this morning. If anyone was watching VIX this morning in particular, there was a spike. Right here, Wednesday spike, you see it? And it gets compressed through the day, and then you'd expect another spike overnight, and then one more down over here. So just note that in the morning there is some volatility. If we can get anywhere down in here, if we can get like I don't think we're going to get 684. If I had a target, where do I want to buy the dip? Where does Captain Jim James want to buy the dip? Right here. Right here. Tuesday, I'll hold on. DJJ. That would be Tuesday at 9:10, right here. I bet it's right here. CJJ used call lot. Right? Hold on here. I had a place to buy. Dude.
So seeing defense stocks losing steam now after Trump comments, including a General Dynamics down 1.3% and
price.
Boeing paired gains.
689.28. So I can't say the top is not in here, but the target is definitely 698. And this is where I would add
WTI crude February
SCOTUS.
futures settle
Whether
at
that's
$55.99
CPI or
per barrel,
NFP,
down $1.14 or 2%.
This
NYMEX
is
gasoline
Friday,
February
10
futures
a.m.
settle at around $1.69 a gallon. Diesel
That's
February
NFP.
futures settle at around $2.05 a gallon.
SCOTUS.
Also, NYMEX natural gas February futures settle at around $3.52.
Can we go up here? We can. We can go up here. As long as we don't go any deeper than that. This is the no-go zone right here. It's being bought right now. You can see it. We start breaking through 691.37. We're going to plunge. Yeah, plunge down there. What we're going to do is we're going to switch over to...
According to an executive here, ARM reorganizes company launching physical AI unit to expand robotic chip tech effort. And ARM will operate cloud and AI, edge, and physical AI units. That's again according to an ARM executive.
You can see this right here. They failed to get the new high. So that's no-go. This hasn't been breached yet. But where I want to buy is down here. I want to buy this right here. I think this is where the initial announcement was, right here. The initial announcement was somewhere in here. So you figure this is where the buying started. They were right here and right here. There's a big buy right here too. I don't think we can get down here unless we have some bad news. We need like CPI, I think. I don't think coming down here is going to be easy. You can see the buy right here. You see this one? Like they just didn't give a fuck. They're just buying it. Look at that right here. A big, can't see that, but there's a big buy right here. They bought it again right here. And they're coming back in again to buy this again. $1, $2. It's hard because no one gives a fuck, do they? They just want the SCOTUS trade. No one fucking cares. It'll be green eventually. I'm trying to see what could send us lower, but like how long will we be down there? A minute? Yeah. Can we even get any lower? Or do we just grind until fucking Friday at 10? I'm looking at all these fucking buyers here. They don't care. You can see them all day long. They're just like add, long. Defense contractors, fuck them. Let's go long. Rotate out of defense and back into tech. Exactly. If this isn't FOMO, I don't know what is. All right, how about this? Give me like 15 minutes. In like 15 minutes, what I'll do is I'll leave the stream up right now. Do like 15 minutes here. And what we'll do is we will transition the next 15, 20 minutes to a private stream. And we'll spend an hour. Does an hour sound good going over it, maybe? Should take about an hour, I think, maybe less. But if you want to go over the outlook together, we will. Give me like 15 minutes. I just want to prep for it. If we're gonna be dicking around here for the next day or two. Give me like I'll leave the stream up right now. I just need 15 minutes to prepare. I'm gonna turn the stream off at like 3 p.m. And if you're a community member, I will post a link to the private stream inside the Discord, and we'll have a laid back session. I like the private streams. We get a lot done usually in those private streams. Answers a lot of questions for people, and then I can also look at your favorite stocks. Let me just see how far away is this thing. Where is the outlook? Oh, there it is. I had to dig it out. Nope, that isn't it. How fucking far away is that fucking thing? There we go. Maybe just like 5 minutes there. Yeah, I think we're ready to go. Hold on here. Then each major cycle hides a shorter term cycle that can be used for more immediate projections. Case in point, the decennial pattern as well as the 42-month cycle Edgar Lawrence Smith wrote about almost 100 years ago both continue to thrive. Yet my studies of this past year convinced me that they are just building blocks for the grander picture. So he's going back even farther than I am. 56 years ago, I pointed out the important stock market lows came late in the year, about every 4 years. I cited a 1962 and 1966 as projecting lows for 1970, 1974, 1978, 1982. This phenomenon was the basis for my 1982 book, How to Prosper in the Coming Good Years. Some thought it was just skylarking by Larry. I'm with Larry. We'll talk. Let's talk about this in the stream. Hold on a second here, guys. All right, I think I'm going to end the stream. Does anybody, if you're on the free stream, do you guys need anything else from me? I think we're going to get started here. You want to snip this? You're looking for a dip buy on 690.84. Personally, I'd like to get a little bit lower, like 689-ish. The trade from 689 should trade 696.5. If you want to target and a buy, you're trying to buy a dip. For me, it's down here. Whether that means I need CPI to do it or NFP to do it. Next trade from there, though, is 696. I'm going to close the show right now and make the rest of today's stream private. And we're going to go over this Larry Williams thing. It's interesting because my outlook for this year centers around the low in 1982. No, not is it 1982? I think it's 2002. We'll take a look at it. I think it's easy to see one simple forecast panned out with its calls for buying in 1982, buying in 86, 90, 94, 2002. This is where I start, 2002. Hold on, I'm back into reading it again. Yeah, he's looking for some fucking blood. I'm gonna stop the stream right now. We're gonna look at let me see if I can show you guys a couple things here. Yeah, it's hard because we can nest. He's not accounting for that. He's not accounting for it. March 14th, 2026. Yeah, I know about that.
Brent crude futures settle at $59.96 a barrel, down 74 cents or 1.22%.
Let me see if I can bring something to counter this really quick. And I'm not in disagreement with this. But if we start nesting again this year, I don't know, man. He's on fucking fire in this thing. Hold on here. The major stock market crash began on March 16th, 2026. He bases his forecast on a century of market data. Market says this is just speculation. He claims the same cycle helped him anticipate past market moves, including the bear markets of 18 and 22 and the bull runs of 2020. He's urging investors to prepare now, suggesting that the coming downturn could be more severe than most expect. You suspect this is the presidential cycle? What this is all about, in my opinion, is that Mark sold his soul to them. Oh my God. Mark sold his soul to the fucking mavens of marketing. You've probably seen his long-winded video ads with glowing promises. Oh my God. God damn. The next few charts, you'll see why he's wrong. Oh boy. We gotta go over this. I'm gonna end the stream now. We're gonna go over this. I fucking love Larry Williams. Why he is wrong. I fucking love Larry Williams. Such a fucking baller. Yes. I am with Larry on this. It's not going to happen. I am with Larry on this. I posted this on Twitter, nesting. We nested last year too. That's why we continue to go higher. And this year we have the same potential. Chart 10 is the true present. Yeah, I see this. I see this. Let me look at this really quick. Wow, he's saying sideways and down. God damn, that's a big consolidation. This was my fear. This is my fucking fear. So, when I was writing the outlook for this year, I have two. I got one that's like follows the top of the market. So we should have topped. The market should have topped in 24, 25, but we nested in 25 in the early part of the year. And that's what led to the upside move. And we still have that right now for this year. Now, if we ramp the first part of this year and we correct within the yearly candle, I think you've heard me say this before, if we correct within the yearly candle and do not give up November, December of last year, oh boy. Oh fucking boy, dudes. Because it's the same. And dude, he's got us doing the fucking super ramp too. He's got us. Larry's got us doing the fucking super ramp in 26 and 20, late 26 and late 27. It almost mimics like 97, 98, 99 as like a smaller. It's the same fucking shit as the fucking internet bubble. Fucking love Larry Williams. I mean, I really love him. He's such a badass. I'm reading the rest of the report right now. I glazed over it, but I didn't read this part. All right, I'm going to stop the stream. All right, you guys have a great day, and I'll get